Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Michele Benedetti. Welcome to Rzeszów for the second day of the European Aquatics Junior Diving Championship. For this afternoon on schedule, we have four finals, 3 events and 4 finals. The 1 meter springboard final for the boys B group, the 3 meter springboard final for the girls B group, and then we'll move to the platform finals for the synchronized platform finals of the boys and girls. In that synchro event, both groups A and B will be diving together. So in these first 2 finals, the springboard ones, we will have 12 divers, the top 12 ranked divers from the morning sessions, and at Junior Europeans having both the required dives and the optional dives. What happens is that the finals will be in the finals, the divers will perform only the optional dives. So these first 2 finals that we see, the individual ones, we'll only see 3 dives from each diver. For these age groups, the B groups, only 3 optionals. Excuse me, 4 for the boys. I apologize for that mistake. 4 for the boys and 3 for the girls. And then in the synchronized finals on 10 meters, we will have 8 female teams and 5 male teams, and they will do 5 dives each. So in this first final that we're about to watch, as I said before, 12 divers, the top 12 ranked divers from the morning, and only the 4 optional dives. In this, the only rule about these 4 optional dives, they must be all 4 from different dive groups. Cannot repeat one of the groups. The 12 divers will start the competition carrying on the score of the morning sessions voluntary dives. So the first 5 dives that they competed this morning, they carried that total score, and they start in a reverse order from the final ranking of the competition from this morning. We have the start list of this first final on screen. First one to dive is Marco Valenti from Italy. Second one, Eric Passerone from Switzerland. Alexandre Skomelidze from Georgia. Bogdan Savic from Serbia. Robbie Wood from Great Britain. Panagiotis Kapanopoulos from Greece. Dimitros Stepanov from Ukraine. Simon Gray from Great Britain. Baptiste Alamanno from France. Louis Aron Forster from Germany. Valery Maliev from Ukraine, and Finn Aue from Germany. Here you have on screen all 12 finalists. They're gonna go get ready for their 4 dives now, and in just a few minutes we'll start the first event of the afternoon. In the meantime, while we wait for the divers to get on the boards, fans of the European Aquatic Junior Diving Championship, to enhance your experience and keep you connected with all the excitement of this incredible competition, we're inviting you to download the official Euro Aqua app. With our app, you'll get live results, exclusive content, real-time updates, behind-the-scenes access, and all the information you need at your fingertips. So don't miss out on that. grab your phone, head to the App Store or Google Play, and search for Euro Aqua, the app of the European Aquatics. It's free and it's easy. Download the app, register on it, and dive into the championship experience like never before. We have the judges now being presented on deck. First diver up, as you can see on screen, is Marco Valenti from Italy. He starts. He had a total of 169.55 on the first dives in this morning preliminary round. See him on the board, ready. Forward 1.5 somersault full twist for the diver from Rome. Quite short dive, didn't get a great push off the board. He needed a little bit more momentum to get completely vertical. So 5 and 5.5 from the judges, 35.20 is low start for the young Italian diver at the first experience here at European Championship. Next up, Eric Passerone from Switzerland. Also for Eric, a forward twist. This time around is double twister. Much faster than the Italian diver. Gets a good top. Slightly too far away from the board. 48.10 for this 2.6 degree of difficulty dive. From Georgia, Alexandre Tsokomelidze. Now on the board. Alexander from Tbilisi. Inward 1.5 somersault pike for him. Not too bad in the entry. Probably not the greatest stop. He pushed down with his shoulders quite a bit, and it's not too close, but definitely didn't get the right push away from the board. 6.5. He's at 201.90 points right now. Just right behind Marco Valenti. Fourth diver, Bogdan Savic. Same dive for the Serbian diver. Bogdan is one of those divers that also competed 2 weeks ago at home in Belgrade at the Senior European Championship. Gained some experience there. And this inward 1.5 somersault is very fast, but didn't keep his core tight enough to get a good entry. It was slightly twisted also. 40.50 points for him, 200 total after the first round. Again, I want to remind you, these divers are carrying the scores of the required dives, the first 5 dives of the competition. So the total score will be out of 9 total dives. 5 that they carry on, plus the 4 they are competing this afternoon. A forward 2.5 somersault pike for Robbie Wood. Not too bad, well executed, but just a bit slow in the momentum in the somersault. Doesn't get completely straight in the water. 42.90 for him, and he jumps in first place at the moment. Panagiotis Kapanopoulos, also for him, an inward 1.5 somersault pike. Panagiotis starts with 165 points. Does a good job, not very sharp. The pike position and the legs could be sharper in the air and entering the water, could be cleaner in the figure, but 6.5s, and Panagiotis ends up at 211.05, very close to Eric Passerone. Dimitro Stepanov from Ukraine, also for the Ukrainian diver, and in 1.5 somersault pike. Dimitro is one of those divers, and we have him and other 3 divers in this event that will compete later the reverse 2.5 somersault tuck, that at this young age is quite a complicated dive to perform. And he does a great job on his inward 1.5 somersault pike. He jumps ahead of everyone else in the rankings at 221.20. Very strong off the board. From Great Britain, Simeon Craig, forward 2.5 somersault pike for him. Nice dive, especially the entry is particularly clean. Does a very good job lining up the dive. The top part could have been higher to get higher scores, but straight 7s from the judges, not bad at all for the British diver in this first round of optionals. Baptiste Alamanno. Baptiste starts with 181 points. So after the first 5 round of dives, it was in 2nd place. Then had a little mistake here and there in the optionals, but in this final, he starts pretty much in the 2nd place. Let's see how he does. He's back 1.5 somersault pike. Way too far from the board. Picks up his legs on the takeoff before the springboard pushes him up in the air. So quite a way from the board. 6s though are the scores that count. 222.45 is in 2nd place behind Simeon Gray. Just at 1 point behind. The first of the 2 German divers now on the board, Louis Aaron Forster. Also for the young German diver, and in 1.5 somersault pike. Diver from Leipzig. Not a bad dive, very nice sharp pike position in the air, just a little bit too far back with his hips on the takeoff, ends up being quite far away from the board. 6.5, 7s, good. Overall a good start, and he jumps ahead of everyone right now. First place at 226 points. Ukrainian diver Valery Maliev, also for him, and in 1.5 somersault pike. And as well as the German diver before him, he pushes this dive way too far back in the water. The thing is, I guess, a very good entry. That's why you see 7s there from the judges. But the thing is that while he was circling his arms, there was too much momentum with his shoulders backward, so the dive is quite far. Same dive also for Finn Ao, diver from Rostock, who won the preliminary round and was also in first place after 5 dives. The first 5 dives. Oh, excellent execution of this dive. Much, much closer than the previous divers that competed this dive. And an extremely clean entry. He's gonna score higher than the others. Exactly 56.40, 242 points for Finn. And he is ahead of everyone by 16 points now. 16 points ahead of Valery, as you can see on screen. And the other German diver, Louis Forster, in 3rd place. Closing the rankings is Bogdan Savic in 12th place at 200 points. We start the 2nd round already with Marco Valenti on the 1 meter springboard. And Marco is showing us a forward 2.5 somersault pike. And another dive where Marco just doesn't get completely vertical in the water, same as in the previous round. In the forward twist, he's just still in a pike position when getting in the water, doesn't get enough push off the springboard to get straight and vertical. 36.40, and Marco is now at 241.15 points. Eric Passerone from Switzerland, forward 3.5 somersault tuck. Another very complicated dive for such a young athlete, but Eric is very talented. Oh, a little struggle with the hurdle there. The judges were going to deduct a few points because of the arms that dropped way too early on the circle arm for the Swiss diver, but extremely fast in the somersault. Did a great job to get the right time in the lineup. Very, very well executed lineup, but 49.50 for him. Could have done a better job in the hurdle there. Alexander now, Georgian diver, also a forward somersaulting dive, 2.5 somersault pike. Good, stronger jump off the board compared to Marco Valenti, who we saw just a couple of dives ago. Much stronger, lets the dive go over though. He should have been faster in the lineup to get it vertical. He over-rotates quite a bit. And now on the board, Bogdan Savic from Serbia. Bogdan is also doing a forward 2.5 somersault pike. Loses control of the feet completely when getting the water. He might have hit with his toes the springboard because it wasn't completely away, full body length away from the board. So for Bogdan, just 5 from the judges. And now, British diver, Robbie Wood. For Robbie, a back 1.5 somersault pike. Was a good top, very fast in the air. Very, very fast in the somersault. The lineup is not correct. It doesn't reach back with his hands correctly, so it's quite heavy, splashy in the water. 41.40 on this dive. And Robbie is a 241. 241 points. Panagiotis Papanopoulos for the Greek diver, a forward 2.5 somersault pike. Also for the Greek diver, not a good job on the takeoff. He's quite slow and doesn't reach as high as possible. So 5s from the judges, 251.35. He didn't struggle with the hurdle that much, but was off rhythm with the board and couldn't get as high as he wanted. We have Dimitros Stepanov now on the board, also for the Ukrainian diver, a forward 2.5 somersault pike. Very fast in the somersault. A good job off the board, getting the pike position. Could have stayed tighter in the entry to get it cleaner, but overall a good job by the Ukrainian, who is now in first place. And Simon Great now back 1.5 somersault pike. We have seen many, and we will see others. So far, most of the divers in this final, they started either with the inward 1.5 somersault or performing the second round, the forward 2.5 somersault pike. The easier somersaulting dives, while we see Simon doing that dive, big mistake on this back 1.5 somersault pike, went way too far over past the vertical line. Forwards for him. I was saying how the forward and inward somersaulting dives are the easiest ones to understand, and also to teach for coaches. So are the first ones usually the first ones to be learned. and we see this is the youngest age group that competes at junior, international junior um, events like World Junior Championship and European Junior Championship. So we see more of these forward and inward somersault dives, especially in the big group, just simply because it's easier to teach them, learn them, and understand their somersault and their rotation. Baptista Alamanno, 266 points for him, is in second place. Does a good job with his inward 1.5 somersault pike. Just a tiny bit too slow to have been fast. Let's see. Luis Aron from Germany was in third place after the first round of optionals, and he's doing a forward 2.5 somersault pike. Completely to the left corner of the springboard coming down from the hurdle. Judges do notice that for sure and will deduct a few points because of that, but overall he manages to get vertical, and you see this would have been sevens if it would have been in the middle of the springboard. Instead he's on the corner, pushes away a little bit too far, just fives for him, and not as well as he did this morning for sure. He got 6.5s in the morning and only fives now. A good job now by Ukrainian diver Valeri on the same dive as Luis Aron did before, just slightly over, gets very strong push off the board, should have kept his head higher in the entry to line it up correctly. Now, the leader of this morning prelims and in this final, leader so far also for Finn, a forward 2.5 somersault pike. Very strong hurdle. Very strong dive, another dive that will keep him in the lead by quite a bit actually, because Finn was sitting at 242 and jumps ahead of everyone at 294 now. Eights that we see from the last judge might have been a little bit too much, but definitely not bad. 6.5, 7 for him in this dive. 294 is now almost 20 points ahead of everyone else. Not bad by Finn, a very, very good forward 2.5 somersault. Let's move on the third round. Reverse 1.5 somersault pike for Marco Valenti from Italy. Oh, and this is a failed dive. Unfortunately, Marco just falls in the water, feet first. The hurdle was way too far over the end, wasn't able to squat and perform his dive, so a failed dive for the Italian diver. Eric Passerone now his third dive is in this final, is an inward 2.5 somersault tuck for the Swiss diver. A very difficult, high degree of difficulty competition. Two dives of above 3.0 degree of difficulty. And again, just like the dive before the forward 3.5 somersault tuck, he does a great job lining up, but he's quite far away from the board. Having a very high degree of difficulty, though, it helps him. 314.75, and he seems pretty happy with this dive. Let's say the first reverse 2.5 somersault tuck in this competition is Alexandre Skomelidze from Georgia. 3.0 degree of difficulty. And for Alexander, a dive that is not too bad, quite fast in the somersault, but definitely requires a big arch in his back in order to get it vertical. 5.5s from the judges, 299.50. Bogdan Savic from Serbia now on the board, also for the Serbian diver, reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. See a few of these in this round and see how difficult for such a young diver. This dive is very complicated. Requires a lot of strength off the board. Perfect upper body position, which in this case Bogdan didn't have. He was leaning too far forward, pushed it away from the board, just threes from the judges. Didn't use the degree of difficulty at his advantage in this case, the Serbian diver. Now on the board, Robbie Wood, back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist for the British diver. Again, just like the dives before for Robbie, solid top, very fast in the air. The lineups are not correct, and so are very heavy, very splashy. In this case, could have been even a little bit more vertical, but overall, not too bad. Could have been better, 6s, but could have been definitely better with a better entry. Now, next up is Panagiotis Kapanopoulos from Greece, back 1.5 somersault pike for him. Good, not too bad. Probably should have been higher. Didn't get extremely high in the air. Didn't get a great jump off the board. So average dive for him, 41.40 on this round for the Greek diver. Dmytro Stepanov from Ukraine, another reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. Let's see how he does. We've seen a good one, an average one, and a missed one so far in this round. Oh, big mistake in the hurdle. Oh, he does an excellent job recovering from that hurdle. Completely over the end of the springboard with his toes. Gets a great push anyways and lines up correctly. Stays with tuck position as long as possible in order to get it vertical, but that mistake on the hurdle was too big, and the judges noticed that easily. So 5.5 for the Ukrainian diver. Next on the board is Simon Greg for 1.5 somersault double twist for him. Good, very clean entry. Pushed with his, while he was pushing with his leg, his upper body was leaning forward and down and pushing down a little bit too early. Could have been higher this dive, but extremely clean in the entry, completely vertical. 300, 3 points. Even right now is in 4th place at the moment, behind his teammate. Baptiste Alamano for 2.5 somersault pike for the French diver. This dive is scored 6.5, 48 points for him in the morning on this dive. See how he does here this afternoon. And pretty much the same. The entry wasn't perfect. He didn't pike safe. He just rolled. Yeah, lower scores than this morning. 6.66 are the ones that count. So didn't pike safe fast enough to get a cleaner entry and let the feet go over. Louis Aaron Forster. Reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. Very important dive for him. He needs 52 points to get ahead of Dmytro Stepanov, who is leading so far. Good dive. Most likely going to score 52 points, in my opinion. Video here on screen, but the arch in the bottom part of the dive to get it vertical, it was a little bit too much. He didn't need to do all that, but 6.5, 7s for him. 323, and he's definitely in the lead right now by 6 points. Yes, 6 points. Another reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. This time around is Valery Maliayev. Oh, nice. Very good. Strong jump. It was perfect hurdle. Extremely good position of body on the press on the board, and very fast in the air. 7s from the judges. 63 points is the best dive so far in this final. 339.90 in the lead. And now Finn needs 40 points on these reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. We have seen back-to-back reverses in this round. Very important dive for Finn. Slightly short. The Ukrainian diver and also Finn's teammate Luis Aaron did a better job on this, and probably still going to be ahead of everyone, but definitely the gap is going to be much less. And yes, 340, he is in the lead, but by less than 1 point. Look at that. Before the last round, we have a battle for gold. Finn O at 340 and Valery Maliev at 339.90. Very close. Very close. Big competition this one. And well, let me tell you, if they make a mistake, even Luis Aaron Forster could have a chance. It's fight for medals between these three. And now we have Marco Valenti on the board for his final dive and inward 1.5 somersault pike. And definitely the best dive by Marco, who finishes his first experience in a final at Junior European Championship with a good dive for 6.5, 287.95. Obviously, too big of a mistake for him to be in the top ranked divers with that failed dive in the third round. First experience for him. We'll see him compete also in the 3-meter and platform events here in Rzeszów. Now on the board, Eric Passerone, who's in 5th place before this dive. He closes with a back 1.5 somersault pike. Oh, way too over-rotated, too fast on the takeoff. The upper body position was just leaning too far back on the takeoff. Picked up too much speed. When it was time to come out, it just flew over. And 4.5, 342.35 in first place right now. Alexandre Skomelidze for 1.5 somersault double twist. He was in 9th place before this round of dives. Good pop, good execution, not tight enough in his core in order to get a clean entry. Overall, a good dive for the Georgian diver, who closes at 350 points. Bogdan Savic now. Bogdan struggled a little bit throughout his final. He was 11th before this dive, back 1.5 somersault. Had a huge mistake on the reverse 2.5 somersault tuck in the previous round. Bogdan did a much better job in the morning, where he closed at 337, but he did a better job with the reverse 1.5 somersault. Again, he closed at 337, which didn't happen again this afternoon. 308 for him with this good overall average back 1.5 somersault. Now Robbie Wood. Robbie is closing his final with an inward 1.5 somersault pike. He was sitting at 305 points. In this morning preliminary round, he made a huge mistake in the back 1.5 somersault 1.5 twist with just 26 points on that, and closed at 337. Will do much better this afternoon for sure. This dive is very well executed. Better dive in the final, 49 points, closes at 354.95. Sevens on these dives are a good way to finish. Panagiotis, the Greek diver, is finishing with a back 1.5 somersault 1.5 twist. 2.5 degree of difficulty for him on this dive. 43 points in the morning. Let's see if he can do as well as did this morning. Pushed the dive way too far from the board. He should have stayed straighter on the takeoff. This momentum it brings with him from the takeoff makes the dive fall too far back. 334 points, just a few points less than what he did this morning. This morning was 338, just 4 points less than this morning for him. Pretty much the same thing. Now we have Dmytro Stepanov, forward 1.5 somersault, double twist for the Ukrainian diver. 6s for him in the morning. Wants to do much better if he wants a chance for a medal. Oh, huge mistake. Completely twisted in the water. Don't get in the water. Didn't squared out dive in the correct way, and see 5s, 4.5s. Did not do a great job on this twister. 355, and that is exactly the same score as he got this morning. Unbelievable. So didn't do better than this morning, especially with this forward twist. He should have done much better job. Simon Gregg in 1.5 somersault pike for the British diver. It's good overall, a good dive. Definitely not very strong off the board. Didn't jump as high as we've seen other dives do in this event, but definitely much better than this morning on this particular dive. And 352, almost the same as it did in the morning. And now we have Baptiste Alamano. He was in 6th place after 3 optionals. Let's see his forward 1.5 somersault double twist. He needs 41 points to get ahead of Dimitrov. Good dive. Again, once again, his entry is just like very slow at pike saving. It doesn't stay there at in the spot where it gets in the water, so it doesn't do that extra little somersault you got to do underwater to get a clean entry. 5s, and he closes at 355 points in first place at the moment, but 5 points less than the morning session. We have on the board now German diver Louis Aron. Reverse 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist, and we're talking medals now. .31 points to be in the lead. He will get 31 points, but this dive is going too far over. He should have stopped the rotation, the somersault better, in a better way. 6s for him, is in the lead, so a medal for sure for Louis Aron Forster. Could have done a little bit better. Could have done a little better, especially in the bottom part of the dive. He let the dive past the vertical line by too much. Let's see, Valery Maliev, 0.70 points separated him and Finn. Reverse 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist, very well executed by the very clean in the water. He did not do a bad job with this one. 52 points, 391.90, which means that Finn now needs 51 points. Let's see, this is the dive for goal. Let's see who gets the goal. Valery Maliev, who just dove, or Finn now? Again, for Finn, needs 51.30. For 1.5 somersault double twist. And we have the winner. Finn, the German diver, for sure with this dive, will get ahead, because this was an incredibly nice entry. 8 from the judges with 403 points. We have the new European Junior champion of the Group B 1-meter springboard. Great competition by Finn. Now, Valery Maliev in 2nd place at 391 did also a great job with his list. And Louis Aron Forster in 3rd place at 370.35. We saw the other rankings on the board. That was a fun first final of the day. You see on screen the ladies on 3-meter getting ready for their final that will start in less than half an hour. While you see the 1-meter springboard final boys B results. Again, Finn, Valery, and Louis Aron are getting the medals, and all the others that follow. Well, this has been fun. First fun event of the day. We have in less than half an hour the girls B group on 3 meter, and later on at 6:30 the synchronized 10 meters platform, boys and girls. Again, I'm Michele Benedetti. I will be back here in less than half an hour for you to watch the ladies on 3 meters. See you in a bit. Don't leave. ladies and gentlemen, friends of the European Aquatic Junior Diving Championship. We're back in Rzeszów live. In the second final of the day, the girls B 3 meters springboard final. 12 divers also in this event. Again, once again, the top 12 ranked divers from this morning trainings. The start list is the reverse order from the morning results, and the rankings though will start with the top 5 with the first 5 dives of the preliminary round that are carried on just like we saw in the previous event on 1 meter by the boys B group. So the start list is sees Iva Ereminova first from Bulgaria, Lita Van Vert from the Netherlands, Ricatti Emma from Sweden, Caitlin Koster from Great Britain, and her teammate Sky Fisher from also obviously from Great Britain, Ksenia Bocek from Ukraine, Sofia Conte from Italy, Zoe Schneider from Germany, Amélie Bayot from France, Nina Berger from Germany, Viola Bellato from Italy, and Karina Lizina from Ukraine. The judges are being presented now on deck. Just 3 rounds of dives in this event. 3 optionals. The divers start from the total score of the first 5 rounds of dives from the morning preliminary round. And we'll add the results of this afternoon to those 5 dives. Referee and assistant Arne Tellefsen from Norway and Sandra Donovan are his assistant. And the panel of judges. Here they are. You see them on screen. Three dives for the ladies. 3 different groups of dives for the ladies. I was looking for last year's results where we saw Karina Lizina win this event last year in Rijeka, Croatia, with a total score of 341 points last year for her and 333 for her this morning. Still leading. We also have in this final we also have Nina Berger, who was here last year, Viola Bellato, who was here last year in this event. Iva Ereminova was here in this final last year. Let's see, we're about to start. Let's see what happens. We had a really interesting event previously, like in the previous final of the day. Final dive decided the medals. Let's see if it's the same thing this afternoon now on the 3 meter springboard. Iva Ereminova from Bulgaria. Inward 2.5 somersault attack. Very good on the top, but we saw it here from the other underwater shot how she never pike stepped. She just went all the way down to the bottom of the pool. She didn't get a very clean entry because of that. 6s from the judges, 218.95. Next up, Lita Van Vert. She starts at 172.95, and in the rankings as of right now, since they're carrying the score from the voluntary dives of the morning, the leader is Ksenia Bocek. Then we have Zoe Schneider and Karina Lizina. Especially Ksenia Bocek did a great job in the morning in her required dives, the first 5 dives. But then had a huge mistake in the second optional in the back 2.5 somersault where she got 2.5s. But 197 points is a very good score for the required dives. Let's move to Emma Ricatti, while we saw Lita Van Vert being quite too much arched in the entry of her back 2.5 somersault tuck. Emma Ricatti forward 2.5 somersault pike. We saw her yesterday competing in the team event with Team Sweden. Forward 2.5 somersault pike, not too bad, just not as high as she wanted to be, and especially the entry could have been cleaner, but 208 points for her. Caitlin Coster from Great Britain, also for her, a forward 2.5 somersault pike. 2.4 degree of difficulty. Nice job. These young ladies are not strong enough to perform the forward 3.5 somersault tuck. I was just checking on the start list. We do not see anyone competing that dive. Is particularly hard at this young age. So another forward 2.5 somersault pike for Sky Fisher. Another dive, not extremely strong off the board, but also not very clean in the entry, probably getting 6s, maybe 6.5. That's it, exactly. Scores go between 5.5 and 6.5. I want to remind you the rules. We have 7 judges. Top 2 and lower 2 scores are dropped, and the average 3 are added together and multiplied by the degree of difficulty to get the total score of one dive. And then all the dives are added together, obviously, to get the total scores. And now on the board is Ksenia Bocek, the leader as of right now after the required dives. Let's see how she does her first optional. 2.5 somersault tuck, very well executed. Very well executed. And again, even though she finished in 7th place this morning, let's keep an eye on her because she starts very strong here. She's in the lead, 2:49.65, and if she does not make a mistake on the second option like she did in the morning, she will definitely be in the battle for a medal. Sofia Conte, she's the one who is starting with the lowest score. Lowest scores after the voluntaries. She only got she only got 168 points. Mister in the air, the takeoff seemed pretty good. Let's see what the judges think about this back twister by Sofia Conte. 6.5, not too bad. 44.40 points, 212 total for her. Now, Zoe Schneider from Germany, forward 2.5 somersault pike for her. Very strong off the board. Didn't throw her arm fast enough forward on the takeoff after jumping to get a faster somersault, so the dives end up staying short. And 6s for her, 231.75. Now Amélie Bayol, back 2.5 somersault tuck for the young French diver. As of right now, Ksenia Bocek in the lead with almost 18 points ahead of Zoe Schneider. Ksenia is at 249. Oh, too bad her feet went over. But Amélie Bayol did a great job on this takeoff. Very fast off the board and extremely sharp in the air. Too bad she pulled too far back in the entry. Just 4.5s and 5.5s for her. 222.70. She's in fourth place. German diver Nina Berger. Nina last year in this event finished in fourth place, just 1 point behind the medals. So she definitely wants her chance here to get a medal this time around. For 1.5 somersault double twist, very clean in the entry. Very clean in the entry, probably not very high off the board. Could have been better there, but nice execution. 7s for her with 235 points. Now she's in second place in front of her teammate. Viola Bellato, back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 deep twist for the Italian diver. Viola last year was the first one to miss the final. She got 13th in this event. Was the first one out of the final by 5 points. Let's see, now that she's in the final, how well she does. Oh, great entry, great entry by the Italian diver on this back twister. Well executed in the air. Viola did win the European Championship last year on 1 meter and missed the final on 3 meters, as I said before. Definitely wants to, she's definitely aiming for a medal here today. Let's keep an eye on her while we see now on the springboard we have Karina Lizzina back to 1.5 somersault tuck. Excellent job by the reigning champion in this event. Very fast in the somersault, has a perfect understanding of where she is in the air. Great kick, 54.60, and she is now in second place behind her teammate Xenia. You see it here. Still 2 rounds to go, and a little 9 points advantage for Xenia in front of her teammate Karina Lizzina. And we're starting the second round. Iva Ereminova, back to 1.5 somersault tuck for the Bulgarian diver. This dive requires a good push off the board, and especially a great understanding in the air of where you are and when is the right time to kick out of the tuck position. And in this case, Eva waits a little bit too much to come out of their tuck position and ends up going over for her. Lita van Wert from the Netherlands reversed to 1.5 somersault tuck for her. Lita was in 9th place after the first option at 214.95. Little mistake on the hurdle, and that mistake becomes big, massive mistake in the come out. Way too early for that kind of takeoff, and Lita ends up being way too short in the entry, 3.5s. She struggled since the beginning of the push off the board, way too far forward and short. In 11th place was Emma Ricatti before this round of dives, and she is showing us an inward 2.5 somersault tuck now. Another mistake in this final. Quite short in the entry. She doesn't get her legs completely straight when getting in the water. Would have been much better. She needed that extra time to get her kick completed out of the tuck position and get vertical. But 5s from the judges for Emma Ricatti. Now on the board, the first British diver in this final, Caitlin Coster. While we saw Emma Ricatti in 3rd place at the moment at 249.35. As I was saying, Clayton Coaster, back 2.5 somersault tuck for her. Does a good job getting vertical. Not an excellent takeoff. She pulls with her upper body backwards before her arms reach above her head and all the way up. Pulls back a little bit too much, but somewhat vertical. 5.5. This is a good dive, considering the backward somersaulting and the degree of difficulty. So her teammate now, Sky Fisher, inward 2.5 somersault tuck for her. Good dive, perfectly vertical and clean. Not the fastest somersault, but definitely managed the somersault very well and got vertical. Sixes from the judges. With 270 points, now Sky is in first place. And Ksenia Bocek now. She was leading. She was leading the competition so far. For Ksenia, a back 2.5 somersault tuck. See, that's the dive she missed in the morning. And does an excellent job here. Much, much better than the morning, for sure. Gets it perfectly vertical, excellent shape in the air. 7s from the judges, and she bounces ahead of everyone else by a lot now, and putting a lot of pressure on her teammate for sure. Karina Lidzina now needs 70 points, 68 points to be precise, and mathematically is impossible. Well, not mathematically, but she would need 10s. Now we have on the board Sofia Conte, inward 2.5 somersault tuck for the diver from Rome, coached by Nicola Marconi. We saw her brother on the team event yesterday. Good dive for Sofia, not completely vertical. She pulls up her knees from the takeoff a little bit too early, but waits in the tuck position long enough to get almost completely vertical and straight. 48.60 points for her. Zoe Schneider, a back 2.5 somersault tuck. And Zoe was at 231 points. So 77 points for her. Not gonna get those for sure. It's a good dive overall, very fast, probably waits a tiny bit too long before kicking out and ends up passing the right spot, goes over a little bit with her legs. But not a bad dive overall. 287 points, is in second place behind Ksenia Bocek. Now we have a French diver. French diver Amélie now performing a reverse snap somersault tuck. Nicely done, nicely done. Not cleaning the entry, but the top part of the dive was excellent, and I really like the shape of her tuck position. Very clean, knees together, legs together, pointed toes. Very good. 6.5 for her. 277 points, in third place at the moment. Nina Berger now. Nina was in third place. Reverse 2.5 somersault tuck for her. She was in third place behind the Ukrainian divers. And Nina needs 72 points to be in the lead, but 52 points to be in second, in front of her teammate. Step back on the hurdle, but had no hesitation on the come out. Kicks at the right time and gets a clean entry. The judges agree with 7s, 58, 80, and now only 14 points behind the leader, Ksenia Boczek. 10 points ahead of her, of Amelie, excuse me, I apologize. Excuse me, 8 points ahead of her teammate, Zoe. Now Viola Bellato on the board for 2.5 somersault pike for the Italian diver, who, compared to the other divers in this final, especially the ones that like her, are in the second year in this age group. So this age group is in this age group there are divers born in 2009 and 2010, while in the A group there are divers born in 2008, 2007, 2006. So 3 years for the A group and 2 years in the B group. So I was saying about Viola, how her dives are quite easy, especially in the degree of difficulty, compared to the other ones that are in the second year in this age group. And she will miss some points because of the degree of difficulty, even though she did a great job on the floor. Also an excellent job by Karina Lizzina. Karina was in second place behind her teammate and does an excellent job on this reverse turn-up somersault for 7th. Excellent way of coming out of the tuck position. Now Karina sits in second place at 299 points. We'll see now. Here you have this is what I was telling you, with the higher degree of difficulties, the two Ukrainians are ahead of everyone else. Nina Berger, who also has high degree of difficulty, is right behind, while Zoe and Viola are, and also Amelie don't have higher degree of difficulty, and they miss a few points because of that, and they are in 5th and 6th place. Let's start the third and final round of this final. On the board, Eva Ereminova, who was in 9th place. Ooh, huge mistake here. Way too short in this dive, unfortunately for the Bulgarian diver. 2.5s for her. Way too short this reverse 2.5 somersault. Never picked up any speed to get vertical. Not enough room and not enough speed. This morning she got 4.5s. Here actually even less, 2.5s. Ricatti Emma, she closes her competition with a forward 2.5 somersault pike, and my bad, this was Lita van Berg. My bad, forward 2.5 somersault for Lita, who was in 12th place before this dive. 7s for her, finishes very strong with 50 points at 293.35. Now we have Emma Ricatti. I'm sorry about that mistake. Back 2.5 somersault, 2.5 twist. Emma only got 39 points. She definitely wants to do better here. Doesn't square the dive off very well. When entering the water, she's still twisting a little bit. Judges notice, and it's easy for judges to notice the two legs split getting in the water. So 4s for her, 36.40 for the Swedish diver. Caitlin Koster, Caitlin in 10th place after 2 optionals. She finishes her competition with an inward 2.5 somersault tuck in this dive, 45.90 points for her. A lot of bouncing there, a lot of rocking on the board, and does a good job getting it vertical. The takeoff wasn't excellent, a little bit slow and pushed back with her hips from the jump. She holds on to the tuck position long enough to get vertical. 303.10 points for Caitlin. Her teammate Sky Fisher aims backwards, 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist. I was checking the date of birth of the divers in this final. There's only 2 divers from 2010, born in 2010. The other ones are in the second year in the age group, so born in 2009. Only Caitlin Koster and Emma Ricatti from Sweden are born in 2010. Sky finishes at 320.45, very good backboard twister with an excellent entry in the water for sevens. And Sky is now in first place at 320. Now on the board, Ksenia Bocek, the leader of this event, doing a reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. Huge mistake. Came out way too early. This is not going to score a lot, and a big chance for her teammate Karina Lizzina, but also for the two German divers. And I would add the Italian diver Viola also to get ahead of her. Huge mistake for Ksenia. Came out way too early, almost completely flat in the water on her back, and just threes from the judges. She's at 333 points. That means that her teammate Karina only needs 34 points to beat her. Sofia Conte, her last dive is a forward 2.5 somersault pike. Good job on the takeoff, very high, very strong on the springboard, but definitely too loose on her stomach and abs when getting in the water. She would have gone for 8s on this dive if she had a good entry. Unfortunately, she did not get that. 6.5 for the Italian diver, and puts her at 308 points. Now on the board, Zoe Marie, the first diver who has a chance to get ahead of Ksenia Bocek. For Zoe, 45 points needed on this inward 2.5 somersault tuck. She's definitely going to get 45 points. Excellent inward 2.5 somersault for Zoe. Very fast in the somersault, and an excellent clean entry. Perfectly vertical. Straight 8s from the judges, 64.80. Wow, what a way to finish this event for the German diver. Amazing, amazing inward 2.5 somersault tuck for Zoe. Congratulations. 352 points for her, and she's ahead of Ksenia Bocek. Now, Amélie Bayot, same dive for the French diver. And well executed also this one, probably not for 8, but also a very well executed dive. Amélie needed 75 points to get the lead, doesn't get those obviously. You see it here, she's in third place at the moment at 332. Just a tiny bit behind Ksenia Bocek. Oh, I told you that Ksenia with that huge mistake gave a chance to everyone else to get in the lead now, especially to her teammate. Was not too far back. Now on the board, Nina Berger, inward 2.5 somersault tuck for Nina. 58 points to get ahead of her teammate and aim for gold. Another excellent inward 2.5 somersault tuck. Again, probably not as good as the one that Zoe Schneider did, but what a clean entry. Amazing job, 7.5, 7.5, 7. Amazing, and she's in the lead by just 1 point. An excellent job by the two German divers in this last round to get first and second place at the moment. We have Viola Bellato now. For Viola, 68 points to get the lead. She would need 8s and 8.5s. Let's see what she does. Excellent job by the Germans. Viola needs just like that an excellent inward 2.5 somersault. Takeoff is not as well as the Germans did, not as excellent, not as high especially, and ends up pulling with her head down a little bit too much, goes over. But an improvement from this morning for the Italian diver, 332 points for her. She scored 318 in the morning, so much better in the afternoon. And Viola Bellato now sits in third place excuse me, in 5th place at 332. They're all very close. Now we have the last dive, Karina Lidzina. Let's see if she can get gold with this forward 2.5 somersault full twist, and she does. She does, for sure. Karina needed 54 points, and I'm more than certain that she's gonna get enough to get gold here. A good chance for her, and whoa, no, my bad. For less than a point, just half a point behind the German diver, I would have gone higher. It's just my opinion. I know the judges are there and know better than me. But look at that. Nina Berger with an excellent last dive. 8s for her on that last inward 2.5 somersault tuck. Gets gold in front of Karina Lidzina, Zoe Marie Schneider in 3rd place. They're all very close, especially Nina and Karina are within a point, and Zoe Schneider just 1.30 points behind. Unbelievable finish to this competition that saw Ksenia Bocek leading all the way until the last dive, where she got the 3s from the judges and ended up trading behind by 20 points from gold. You see the rankings, the rest of the rankings on screen, all very close. The first 3 and the 4th, 5th, and 6th place, all very close, and the rest here with Eva Ereminova in 12th place. Well, this was fun. Congratulations to Nina Berger getting gold on this last round. Amazing inward 2.5 somersault tuck for her. What an event. It was a lot of fun. We have 1 hour to go before the 10 meters synchronized platform final. You will see the boys and the girls taking action in an hour. In the meantime, if you want to check the scores and everything that goes on in the European Aquatics, feel free to go on Google Play and the App Store and download the Euro Aqua app. You can register on it, bookmark all your favorite athletes and sports, and get all the news from the European Aquatics. I am Michele Benedetti. I will be back here in an hour for the last final of the day. See you in a bit. ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Rzeszów, the last event of the day. We got two finals in one event. Girls synchro platform with 8 teams in this final. And here they are on deck. They're presented. First team up is Team Greece with Stravula Chalemu and Ioana Karakosta. From Romania, the second team in this final, Nazanin Elai and Amelie Forster. From Germany, Jules Leoni Eisenberg and Charlotte Lederer. From Turkey, Simay Arzankan and Ece Erzincan. Number 5, from Ukraine, Aliza Nishikova and Diana Shevchenko. From Great Britain, Lee Biduk and Kate Gardner. From Sweden, Maja Jakovic and Elna Wiberg. And in 8th and last in the list, from Norway, Isabel Ragvaldensen and Audrey Raslavichuk. Here the divers are about to get on the platform and start the event. And right after them, we also the boys you just see now on deck. 5 teams in this event for the men's event. From Germany, the first team up, Ivan Prenzina and Ole Rosler. From Italy, Raffaele Pelligra and Simone Conte. From Ukraine, the third team up in this final, Danilo Avanezov and Marco Barsukov. From Great Britain, Jordan Fisher-Ames and Robbie Wood. And last, Grigorios Mitru and Stavros Sifnaios from Greece. Well, the teams are about to get on the platforms in this particular event. There are 5 dives per team. 5 dives per team. 4 groups of dives must be performed. 9 judges, 4 for individual execution, 2 on one side for one athlete, 2 on the other side for the other athlete, and 5 judges for synchro. There you have it on screen. The TDC members. Assistant and the panel of the judges, as I said, 9 judges. So last year Ukraine won in the ladies side. Ukraine won, Great Britain in second and Romania in third. While on the men's side, Germany won, Great Britain in second and Italy in third. Well, you see the panel of the judges. They are presented now on deck. Almost ready. Just a few seconds now, we already see the first team up, Team Greece, on the ladies' side, ready on the platform. Something different in the junior events, in this event, in the junior championship, compared to the senior one. The athletes, the teams, can perform their dives on any platform, 5, 7.5, and 10 meters. While in the at the senior level, all the dives must be performed on the 10-meter platform. So little help for the younger divers, and we will definitely see many dives on the lower platforms today. And we're ready to start. We have Stravula and Joanna on the 10-meter platform now for their first dive, an inward dive pike. The first two dives at a degree of difficulty stuck at 2.0, no matter what dive is performed. 2.0 degree of difficulty for these first two rounds. A nice synchro for the Greek divers. Both get a good top part of the dive, a good jump, and also a good line in the entry. 46.20 for them. Next up, from Romania, we have Emily Forster and her teammate Nazanin Elai doing a forward 1.5 somersault pike. Perfect timing off the platform and getting in the water. Just not great individual entries. Both of them go slightly over. Don't get a perfect rip entry with no splashes. 40.20 points for them. So yeah, 40.20, they're behind Team Greece now. First dive of team number 3, Team Germany, Jules Leoni, Eisenberg, and Charlotte Lederer. A 4.5 somersault pike. Team Greece, Team Germany are the only two teams in the ladies' side that perform all of their dives on 10 meters. The other 6 teams in the girls' competition also use the 5 and 7 meters platform. Not a great forward 1.5 somersault pike for the Germans. Off timing off the board, definitely a different way of coming out of the pike position, and very heavy entries. 41.40 for them. Now on the platform, Simay Aslankan and Ece Erzincan. I was checking the winners from last year are also here, Team Ukraine in the girls competition. We do have different teams from Great Britain that got silver last year, and while we saw the Turkish divers perform an inward dive pike on 5 meters. See how they use the 5-meter platform now. 6.5 and 7s for them. Not too bad. A good timing off the platform and getting in the water. Usually younger divers, like at the junior, like in this case at junior level, they use the 5 meter and 7 meters they're allowed because they probably don't have those dives ready on 10 meters. In this case, the winners from last year, Alisa and Diana from Ukraine, forward dive pike. Very well executed, especially in synchro. You see here from the underwater shot though how they didn't pike safe. They let their bodies go all the way to the bottom of the pool. The entries could have been better if pike saved the dive, if they pike saved the dive underwater. 7.5 though for them, 46 points, 46.80 points for the Ukrainians in first place at the moment. Libby Duke from Great Britain, and Kate Gardner forward 1.5 somersault pike. completely different timing of the platform. They spin at different speed and different time. This easy 1.5 forward. Other than that, the dives are good, but especially the synchronization, you see 6.5, 7, 7, 7, 6.5. Not good enough. They should have done a much better job, especially on the takeoff. Their individual dives were good. And now, Team Sweden. We have Maya and Elna on the platform. Also for them a 4.5 somersault pike, but in this case, the team from Sweden decides to do this dive on the 7-meter platform. Good, much better synchro than the British, but in this case, while the British did a great job individually, the Swedish divers do not get very good entries, and that's probably it has to be a combination of the two aspects of the dive. You got to go perfectly in synchro, obviously, because it's a synchronized diving event, but also if the synchro is perfect and your individual dive is poorly executed, you won't get great scores. And Team Sweden at this point is at 39 points in 7th place. Last team on the platform for the girls competition is Isabel and Audrey from Norway, back dive pike from 7 meters. Well synchronized, but once again, very heavy entries at the bottom. Too many splashes coming out of the water on this easy dive. 5.5, 6 in individual and 7 in synchro. You see how, seems pretty happy. They seem pretty happy, the Norwegians. 39 points, they are in 7th place with Sweden. We see the boys now up on the platform, ready. Ivan Prenzina and Ole Rösler, Team Germany. Ole last year was diving with Ivan's brother, Espen. They won last year, so Ole was first, but with a different synchro partner, and it's just a case, it's this year's synchro partner's brother. 4.5 somersault pike. And nice entries by both divers, but definitely not an excellent synchronization. The somersault is a different time, and they move a different distance from the platform. 45-60 for them. Could have scored much more if they were at the same distance from the platform. We have Team Italy now on the platform, and with Raffaele Pelligra and Simone Conte. Also for them, a 4.5 somersault pike. Also Simone Conte in this event last year, but with a different partner. He was diving with Romano Wang last year, this year with Raffaele Pelligra. Good entries for the Italians, very well executed individually by both divers. Different timing in the air, they were spinning at different speeds, but a very good dive, the best one we've seen so far. 8.5 from the judges. 48-60 for the Italians. Now on the platform, Danilo Avanesov and Marko Barsukov, they were 4th last year in this event. They were diving, both of them, also in Belgrade just a few weeks ago at the senior level. Good. A very good jump on this inward dive pike. Slightly one ahead of the other. Danilo seemed to get in the water slightly ahead, but a very well individual execution. 8s and 8.5s, they get the lead at 50.40. Now on the platform, the next team up is Team Great Britain. Team Great Britain with with Jordan and Robbie. Jordan Fisher Ames was here last year in this event, got second place, but with Noah Penman. This year it changed the synchro partner for 1.5 somersault puck for them. Very well synchronized. A very good synchronization by the two British divers. The entries are not as clean as the teams before them that we saw before them, but very good synchronization. You see there 8, 8.5 in synchro, 7.5 individually. 48 points for Team Great Britain. Now on the platform, the last team from this first round of dives, Team Greece. Team Greece with Grigorios Mitrou and Stavros Sifnaios. For Team Greece, a backward 1.5 somersault, half twist. While in the ladies competition, there's only 2 teams performing all of their air dives on 10 meters. In the men's, only 1 team is not performing all of the dives from 10 meters, and that is Team Great Britain. A good dive by Team Greece. They both do not pike safe underwater, don't get extremely clean entries, but a very good synchronized execution. 43.80 for Team Greece. And now we are done with round 1. We have on the ladies side, and this on screen is the 3-meter springboard, the previous finals standings. There is a mistake with the screen, but I can tell you that on the ladies side, there's Team Ukraine leading, Greece in second, and Great Britain in third. While on the men's side, there's Ukraine in first, Italy in second, and Great Britain in third place. And here they are. We are ready for round number 2. Team Greece with Chamelou and Caracosta reverse dive pike. The dives are very good individually. They get clean entries, both of them. Unfortunately, they do not get a good takeoff. They're both at different distances from the platform. Overall, around average, 88 points after 2 dives. It's slightly below. With the first 2 rounds, you want to be at least above 90 points, at least. The best divers go above 100 points, the best teams, but these are young athletes, so anything around 90 points should be good. Now, next up, Alai and Forster from Romania. Same dive for them. We will see a few of these reverse dives in this round. The first 3 teams, all 3 do this dive, and they do a great job in synchro. Team Romania gets a good takeoff together. The entries are not excellent in this case. While the Greek divers got great entries and slightly off in synchronization, the opposite for Team Romania, where they got heavy entries but perfectly together in the air. And now Team Romania, we're done with Team Romania. They're in second place at 81 points. Now on the platform, Team Germany, Lederer and Eisenberg. For them, also a reverse dive pike from 10 meters. Well, the next team will do that on 5. Good timing, very, very splashy entries. It's especially in these easy voluntary dives, you want to see how individually they get 5.5 and 6. That drops the synchro score to 6.5. Very low scoring dive for Team Germany. I was expecting better from them. Especially in these easy dives, you want to leave the judge with a perfect entry. The last impression that the judges see is the entry, and well, yeah, that didn't happen in this case. Now reverse dive pike for Team Turkey, but on the 5 meters platform. Not well executed. neither not individually, neither in synchro. They're a little bit different timing in the in and out of the pike. You see how judges give them only 36 total points here. They should have done a better job moving together in the air. Next up, Team Ukraine, the leaders after round one. They need 41 points to take the lead and get ahead of Team Greece, who is leading so far. Back dive pike for the Ukrainians on the platform from 7.5 meters. Another excellent job by Team Ukraine. Not very strong off the platform. The jump could have been better, but definitely the best voluntary dive we see on the ladies' side in this round. 45 points. They take the lead by more than 3 points now ahead of Team Greece. Good dive for Team Ukraine. And now up is Team Great Britain with also a back dive pike, but on the 10-meter platform now. Libby and Kate were at 42 points, which means they need 45-60 to get ahead of Ukraine. Slightly off rhythm from the start of the dive. They were squatting at different times, and they also jump at different distances from the platform, and that's why they don't get 8s. 42-60, they are in third place behind Ukraine and Greece. They're all very close to each other. As always, with the first two rounds of dives in the synchro events, the divers don't create that big of a gap between them, and then with the optional dives, then things change a lot. Reverse dive pike for Team Sweden. They were in last place with Norway after the first round. Let's see if they can bounce back up. Once again, another dive where the divers jump at different distances, especially in this case. Maya was way too far from the platform, and judges noticed that easily. They end up being in last place as of right now, before Team Norway performs their reverse dive pike of 7 meters. Sweden at 75 points. Let's see what Norway does. A better job at the distances by the two divers off the platform, not completely together in synchronization, but definitely jump at the same distance, 39-60, and they get ahead of Germany. 78-60. They get the same score in 5th place with Germany at the moment. And now we move to the boys competition. We have Team Germany, Prenzin and Rosler, Ole and Ivan in 4th place after round 1. They're doing a reverse dive pike. Definitely two great individual dives. In the air, they're not at the same time moving in and out of the pike and reaching for the entry. That's why individually they get 8.5 great individual dives, but 7.5 in synchro because of the different timing performing the dives. So now we have on the platform Team Italy, Raffaele and Simone. Also for them, a reverse dive pike. Team Italy at 48.60, just 2 points behind Team Ukraine after one round. Excellent synchro, slightly over Raffaele on the right side of the platform. Simone Conte gets a very good entry. Good overall scoring dive. They should have gotten a better entry, especially Raffaele goes way too far over, 7 and 6.5 for him. 8 in synchro, and Team Italy gets the lead at the moment at 94 points. Now we have the leaders after the first round, Marco and Danilo. For them, a back dive pike. Excellent execution individually and incredible entries by them. A good jump off the platform and movements in the air exactly the same time. 50 points, and here is a great team that scores 100 points with the first 2 rounds. Now on the platform, Team Great Britain, we move to the 7 meters platform. And a back 1.5 somersault, half twist for the British, Jordan and Robbie. We're in 3rd place after one round at 48 points. They need 52 points to get ahead of Team Ukraine. Slightly different timing of the platform, not a great push. And also the entries are, for both of them, are a little bit short. 7.5 in synchro, 43 points. They get in 4th place at the moment behind Team Germany. Once again, while we watch the Greek divers performing their inward dive pike of 10 meters, once again, I want to remind you these first 2 rounds where that we just saw had a degree of difficulty stuck at 2.0, so low degree of difficulty, and also easy dives. The real difference will be made in the next 3 rounds for all the divers, where harder dives will be performed. Good dive by the Greek divers. Probably a little bit off rhythm of the platform, but look at that score, 8 in synchro, 91.20. You will see the standings in just a couple of seconds. They're all very, very close, especially on the men's side. For the ladies, we have Ukraine in 1st, Greece in 2nd, and Great Britain in 3rd, as you can see. Just 3 points between the 1st and 2nd place. And in the men's side, within 9 points, all 5 teams. Very, very close, a big battle for medals there. Now we're ready for the first optional dive, a forward 2.5 somersault pike for Team Greece on the ladies' side on 10 meters. They do it standing. Usually we see the forward optional dives being performed with an approach, not in this case. Oh, what a nice synchro. They take off, spin, and get in the water exactly at the same time, always together. The positions in the air are not excellent because they could have squeezed the pike position and be more elegant. But 49.68 is a good job. 7.5 from the judges for Team Greece. Not bad at all. And now Team Romania, Eleni and Forster. Also for them a forward 2.5 somersault pike on from the 10-meter platform. I apologize, it's on the 7-meter platform, as you can see. And also the Romanians, as the Greek divers before them. They do it standing. And they do a good job in synchro. The dive is not individually well executed. They both get in the water still in a pike position, not completely straight. That's why the scores are not higher than that. 46.80, 127.80 at the moment, 10 points behind Team Greece. We have Team Charlotte and Julia from Germany, Team Germany, on the platform now. Julia and Charlotte are showing us an inward 2.5 somersault pike from 10 meters. The Team Germany changed a pair of divers in this event compared to last year. Complete brand new team. Excellent synchronization in this dive. Not clean entries. Also individually not an excellent execution of the dive. I mean, they're vertical and quite clean, but it's not very strong jump off the platform. Still 57 points is way above average for them. With 135 points, they get back right behind Team Greece, just 2 points behind. The takeoffs of this dive, though, could have been faster and higher in order to get higher scores. Obviously, a 4.1.5 somersault full twist for Team Turkey, 2.2 degree of difficulty. An easy dive, considering we're talking about optionals. And also on 5 meters. Not even that well executed, unfortunately. The Turkish divers do not get completely, especially Simay on the right side of the platform, did not get completely vertical and straight. She was short and pike position. 4.5, 5.5 for her. 6 in synchro. And Turkey is losing ground with the best teams that performed before them. And we have the leaders, Team Ukraine, on the platform now, and inward 2.5 somersault pike for them. We saw the same dive being performed by Team Germany just a couple of dives ago. Ukraine needs 46 points to take the lead. And I don't know if they're gonna get those points. The dive was very well executed in synchro, but unfortunately Alisa goes way too far over, 5.5. 53 points though. The judges like the synchro. 6.5. See, it could have been, with a good entry by Alisa, it could have been much higher scoring, a much higher scoring dive. Libyan Kate from Great Britain on the platform, a forward 2.5 somersault pike for them on 10 meters. They also performed this dive standing. Very good in synchro. Take off at the same time. They're always together throughout the dive. Is an optional, yes, 2.4 degree of 2.3 degree of difficulty. But the entries could have been much better. They need better entries if you want to get 8s and 8.5s in synchro. 50 points, 135, and they are in the 4th place at the moment. We have Sweden now on the platform. Team Sweden is gonna show us a backward 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist from 7.5 meters. They were at 74.40 points in last place and need 71 points to get ahead of Ukraine. Very difficult. They need 9.5s and 10s for that. I doubt that is gonna happen, but let's see. Good. Definitely they're a better dive in synchro. Once again, it seems like after they take off, they do different movements, and even though they perform the same dive, so you see arms and legs moving at different speed and in different ways. So judges noticed that. 6.5 in synchro for them. 1.7, 45 points on this dive. and they're 119.76 in sixth place in front of Turkey at the moment. Norway, the last teams from the girls competition. Isabel and Audrey. Forward, 2.5 somersault pike. Oh, Audrey was, Isabel was on the right side of the platform, was completely still in a pike position when getting in the water. Her scores are very low, 3.5 and 3.5 and 4 for her, for Isabel, and the synchro is affected by that, so 5.5 and 6 for Norway. Now we move to the boys competition. We have Team Germany, a back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twist for Ole and Ivan Prenzina. Ole Rosler and Ivan Prenzina, 3.2 degree of difficulty. Much higher degree of difficulty on the men's side. Good individual dives there, very fast off the platform, but not completely together in the air. Not bad, it's definitely the best dive we've seen so far. Scoring was, yes, 71.04, but they could have done a better job, especially in the air. We have Team Italy ready on the platform now for the same exact dive we just saw. Little mistake by the Italians on the second voluntary dive. And let's see how they do here on this back twister. 3.2 degree of difficulty also for them. They were in second place at 94.80. Excellent entries by the Italians, but definitely not a good synchronization. They're at different timing in the air. Much faster. Raffaele Pelligra on the right side. A similar overall score, 70 points. The Germans scored 71 there, right there, 164.88. Very close, just 1 point between the two teams. And now Team Ukraine. For Team Ukraine, a forward 3.5 somersault pike, as I was telling you before, an approach before the somersault. Ooh, quite short. Danilo Avanezov did not get vertical at all. In the senior event, 5 and 6s for him. As you can see, 61 points, and they now get in third place. They were leading by 6 and 7 points in front of Germany and Italy, and now they are behind by 1 point. See how much difference does a mistake in the optionals compared to the voluntary dives. And it's just because of the higher degree of difficulty. Now we have Team Great Britain back to 2.5 somersault. Nice, great dive by the British divers. Incredible entries for them on a little bit easier dive. Back 2.5 somersault tuck, 2.8 degree of difficulty. But look at that, 8.5 from all the judges, even a 9 from Judge 4 for individual execution. 160. They're all right there, all the teams. We have the last team from the boys competition, Team Greece. Inward 3.5 somersault tuck for Grigorios and Stavros. And they need 73 points to get ahead of Team Italy, who is leading at the moment. But I gotta tell you, they're all right there. All the 4 teams that just dove are within 4 points at the moment. And good synchronization for the Greek divers. Unfortunately for them, they both go over by quite a bit, and 5s in individual, 6.5, 7 in synchro. They trail behind by 12 points. 12 points behind Team Great Britain. The boys event is a big battle. They're all very close. Now we have the rankings. Girls side, Ukraine still in the lead, 145. Greece still in second, and now Germany in third, just 2 points behind Greece. While on the men's side, Italy, Germany, Ukraine, Great Britain, and Greece. And we're ready. The 4th round of dives. Team Greece with Stravula and Joanna on the platform from 10 meters, inward 2.5 somersault tuck, 2.5 degree of difficulty. Different timing of the platform. Also, the entries are one. Stravula goes over, while Joanna leaves the dive short. 6.5 though is still around average. They could have done much better, because the dive, yes, is from 10 meters, is an optional, but it's not that complicated. Could have been a little bit better executed, especially individually, because the synchro wasn't too bad. Eleni Forster from Romania. Same dive as the Greek divers before them, but in a pike position. So Nazanin and Amelie inward 2.5 somersault pike. Good job by the Romanians. The synchro is perfect throughout the whole dive. The entries are way too heavy though. Needed better entry, but look at that, 54.60 points, and they are right behind, just 3 points behind Team Greece, very close. And big competition also here on the ladies' side. Now on the platform, Team Germany, forward 3.5 somersault pike for them. Ooh. Definitely a mistake on this harder dive. Team Germany, especially in this case, was Jules Eisenberg, who jumped too far away from the platform and went way too far over past the vertical line. See the 4s for her, 6.5 for her teammate, but instead there was this big difference in the distance on the platform. Especially, Jules was way too far over. The synchronization scores dropped. Now Team Turkey is on the 10-meter platform for an inward 1.5 somersault pike. Team Turkey with the 8th place in the previous round. They're doing what usually is used, a dive that is usually used as a voluntary dive. The entries are not particularly clean. We saw them in the underwater, from the underwater camera, not pike saving and just not getting a great entry. Still 6.5, 7s. The degree of difficulty is very low, just 40 points for them. 156 for them. Now Lisa Mieszkova and Diana Shevchenko from Ukraine, they were leading throughout the whole competition so far after the voluntaries and the first optional. Let's see how they do their forward 3.5 somersault pike from 10 meters. 3.0 degree of difficulty, and they need 40 points to take the lead. Very short, both of them. The synchro is good, but both of them are extremely short in the water, not getting all the way vertical and straight at the end of the dive. Still, they get the lead, but by 12 points. But This is not a well-executed dive. You see even a 5.5 in synchro. And Duke Gardner from Libyan Kate from Great Britain. Inward 2.5 somersault tuck from 7 meters. It's interesting in these junior competitions to see, especially in these in the synchronization, in the synchronized events and in the team event, where all the groups are competing together, both A and B groups. Well, we saw a good dive by the British. It's interesting to see where where a diver or a team is kind of trailing behind in the preparation for the big dives. In this case, these two young British divers do not have the optional inward dive on 10 meters, so they still perform it on 7 in attack position instead of the inward 2.5 somersault pike from 10, or the inward 3.5 somersault tuck on 10. So still working on preparing those big high degree of difficulty dives. Now we have Team Sweden on 7 meters forward 2.5 somersault pike. Good synchronization, very fast on that approach on the platform. They were running extremely fast. The entries are not completely vertical and quite heavy. 5.5, 6.5 in synchro, 5 in individual for Team Sweden. The last team from the girls competition is Team Norway. Team Norway was in 7th place after the first 3 rounds of dives, and now they're showing us an inward 1.5 somersault pike from 7.5 meters. This is another team that does not have a real optional dive ready for this event, so they're doing what usually is used for a voluntary dive, so lower degree of difficulty. Inward 1.5 somersault pike, well synchronized dive, but not excellent entries once again. 6 individually, 6.5, 7 in synchro, 158.45 for Team Norway. Team Norway did not have a team competing last year in this event, so it's a big step forward for them. And we're moving to the boys competition, forward 3.5 somersault pike for Team Germany. Once again, on the men's side, Team Germany in 2nd place, 1 point behind Team Italy, and just 1 point ahead of Team Ukraine, and 2 ahead of Team Great Britain. They're all within 4 points. Ooh, big mistake by Ivan Prenzina, completely flat with his legs on the water. This is not gonna score high on his side, and as you can see, 3.5, 4.5 for him, 7.5 for his teammates, 6s in synchro, just 54 points. It's a low scoring dive on the men's side, this forward 3.5 somersault pike. Raffaele Pelligra and Simone Conte now on the platform. We're back 3.5 somersault tuck, 3.3 degree of difficulty for the Italians. They were leading after 3 rounds. Let's see how they do here. Very hard dive for the Italians. Taking a long time. Oh, good dive by the Italians. Very good. They did a great job here. Probably too short in the entry. One of the 7.5 in synchro, 71 points. Excellent execution in synchro. They were together and got a great scoring dive. Inward 3.5 somersault for the British, 71.28 points for Team Italy. They take an 18 points lead in front of Team Germany. Now Team Ukraine, they need 74 to get ahead of Italy. Ooh, excellent dive by the Ukrainians. Very good in synchro, and excellent entries by both of them. Slightly short in the entry, but amazing job. They take the lead. 238 points, just 2 points. 2 points in front of Team Italy. This is a huge battle for gold on the last dive. Huge, huge battle. Now the British divers, Jordan and Robbie, on the 10-meter platform, reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. They did an excellent job on the back 2.5 somersault on 7 meters in the previous round. Let's see. Good takeoff. Ooh. The timing on the takeoff was very good, but definitely different distances from the platform. We saw Jordan jumping way too far forward. They get clean entries, but the synchronization is not going to score high because of the difference in the distances. 6.5, just 55 points for them, 216. They're 1 point behind Team Germany. There's definitely a battle for gold between Italy and Ukraine, and a battle for medals between Germany and Great Britain on the men's side. Let's see if Team Greece can take an advantage of the mistakes made by Germany and Great Britain, because they were trailing behind, 12 points behind Team Great Britain. They can come back with these forward 3.5 somersault pike. And don't know if they're gonna get very close, because there's difference in this spinning, in the rotation, in the somersault in this dive. And yes, once again they stay behind in 5th place. Too big of a mistake by Gregorius, especially going over for 3.5 and 4.5. That causes the synchro scores to drop to 6s. The timing in the water was together, but definitely different speed in the air. You have the standings now before the last round of dives. Team Ukraine leading both competitions, the girls and the boys. We have the boys now: Ukraine, Italy, Germany, Great Britain, and Greece. You see how close they are, 1st and 2nd, and 3rd and 4th. In the ladies' side, Ukraine has 10-point lead in front of Great Britain, and 11 points ahead of Greece, and 12 points ahead of Germany. So there's a huge battle for medals between Great Britain, Greece, Germany, and Romania, while Ukraine has a little lead in front of them for gold. And Greece now on the platform. A back 2.5 somersault, half twist, 2.6 degree of difficulty. They were in 3rd place before this dive. It's okay. It's timed very well off the platform and in the water. Definitely moving in different ways in the air. So individually they don't get very high. 5.5. Synchro is impacted and affected by those individual scores. So even though they were together off the platform and in the water, still 6.5 for them. Could have done better, especially in the movements in the air. They needed a better job moving in the air together to get higher scores. 46.80. They close at 2:32.68 is where Greece is, and that's where we have gold at the moment. That means that Ukraine will need 34 points. Well, we see Team Romania now on 5 meters, back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist. Heavy in the water. They're probably not gonna catch Team Greece, because they need 50 points. Let's see what the judges think. And yeah, they're not. They should have been cleaner in the water. They were together off the platform, but not very well executed individual dives. 6s in synchro, 2:25.90 Team Romania. Now, Team Germany, Jewel and Charlotte. A back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twist. We've seen this dive being performed by the boys. And it's very hard. 3.2 degree of difficulty. Very hard dive for young female divers. And the degree of difficulty could help them. The dives were both very short, but these degree of difficulty could help them get ahead of Greece. They needed 47 and they get 54. So we have new leaders in Team Germany, most likely getting a medal here today. Let's see what medal that will be. We have now the Turkish team on the 7-meter platform for forward 2.5 somersault pike. Well, I was checking. Team Ukraine will need 42 points to take the lead, while Great Britain 52 later. A good forward 2.5 somersault pike for Team Turkey. Always together throughout the dive. Probably both of them a little bit too far away from the platform, but not. Definitely their best dive of the day. 204 points to finish at the moment in 4th place. Let's see if they can bounce back up. They were in 8th place before. Let's see if they can jump back up at least a couple of spots. Now we have the dive from Team Ukraine looking for gold. They were leading. Again, they need 42 points on a forward 2.5 somersault full twist. Slightly short, both divers, but definitely going to get 42 points. 42 points. This was very well executed in synchro. The dives individually get short, but 6.5. Here we have first place for them, 55 points on this dive, 253, and they are 14 points ahead of Team Germany. Ukraine 253, Germany 239, and Greece 232 at the moment. Let's see what Team Great Britain does. They need 66 points on a forward 2.5 somersault full twist also for them. Let's see what they do. Ooh. Not gonna get the lead, not gonna score 66 points, but they could score above 50, so 53 to get in 2nd place. Let's see, they were off in the air, they were not together definitely, but they do get in 2nd place at the moment ahead of Germany, kicking Greece out of the podium, closing at 241.35, and we mathematically have the podium done. The top 3 ranked diver teams are set already, because mathematically Sweden and Norway cannot get a medal due to the lower degree of difficulty, 2.7 for Team Sweden now, with Maya and Elna on the 7-meter platform. They would need 92 points to get gold. That's impossible with a 2.7 dive. And it's very well synchronized. It's very good in the air. They move together, they spin at the same speed. They're both slightly short though. They need a bigger, harder push off the platform. 47.79 points on this dive, and they're in 6th place at the moment, waiting for the last team in this ladies event. Team Norway performing their back 1.5 somersault 1.5 twist to close the girls competition. Here they are. They have been announced. They're ready. The referee blows the whistle, and then they can go at the tip of the platform, get ready. For them, again, a back 1.5 somersault 1.5 twist, just 2.4 degree of difficulty for them on this dive. Very, very heavy entries. The synchro is good. Isabel slightly further away from the platform. She jumps further away. They close at 200 points in 8th place. And we are done with the girls competition. We move to the platform on 10 meters, where we have ready Team Germany with Even and Ole doing a back 3.5 somersault tuck, 3.3 degree of difficulty. And they're in the battle for medals. They could, with the help from the Ukraine and Italy, they could still get gold. Anyone can still get gold. Because, you know, higher degree of difficulties, anything can happen. Great dives, high scoring dives, but also big mistakes, so anything can happen. Let's see how Germany starts the last round of dives. And once again, both divers here this time around are quite short. It was good top. They were together, spinning very fast. You need to spin very fast to complete 3.5 somersaults backward. But both short, 5.5 and 4.5. In synchro, they get 6.5, 275, 85. That's where Team Germany closes. Obviously, in first place at the moment. Now we have Team Italy inward 3.5 somersault tuck. Previously in second place, 3.2 degree of difficulty. They have the same degree of difficulty as Team Ukraine that will dive after them. They need, first of all, they need 39.69 points, so 40 points to be ahead of Germany. That's the first step. But they will need way more than that if they want a medal here, or a gold medal here. Excellent dive. Not very clean in the entries, but in synchronization, they're always together. They should have done, both of them, a better job getting the entries 6 and 8 in individual, 7.5, 8 in synchro, 306 points, 70 points. This means that Team Ukraine will need 68 points to get ahead. And here they are, Danilo and Marco, on the 10-meter platform. Back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twist. .44 to be exact. And here we have the new European, actually, once again, excuse me, no, my bad. Yeah, new European champions. Last year was Germany. This year, definitely, with this dive, Ukraine takes the lead, 75 points, 314.64, and an 8-point lead ahead of Team Italy. Goal for Ukraine for sure now, because Team Great Britain would need 98 points with a 3.2. Oh, they need 10s. Mathematically, they still can. 98? No, I'm sorry. With 3.2, they mathematically cannot reach gold, but they could reach silver. Let's see how they do. They need 60 points to get a medal, though. That's most likely. They were in a battle for a medal here today. And not gonna get 60 points here. I don't think so. It was very short, especially Robbie Wood. Extremely short in the entry. 60 points. They are in third ahead of Germany. Oh my God, by 1 point. Incredible. The battle, they get ahead of Team Germany in the last dive. Big mistakes for Team Germany and Great Britain. At the end, Great Britain gets ahead by 1 point, on less than 1 point, 0.80. Incredible. Let's see. With a great dive, Team Greece could get ahead of them, though. They need 70 points to get ahead of Great Britain. 75 points, to be precise. They need 9s, 9.5s. They need perfect entries in order to get that. And that is not going to happen, even though the synchro was very good. Very different distances from the platform by the two Greek divers. But unfortunately, Grigorius was too far over and gets 5s individually. They close at 253 in 5th place. Well, we are done with another exciting final here in Rzeszów. We had 2 finals in one. We had Team as you can see on screen, Team Ukraine winning the girls competition, silver medal for Great Britain and bronze for Germany. And on the men's side, also gold for Ukraine, silver for Italy, and bronze for Great Britain. Well, this has been a lot of fun and excellent afternoon of diving from Rzeszów. Remember that you can download the Euro Aqua app, review all the results, and it's available to download on App Store and Google Play. Make sure you register too to get all the exclusive content of these and the other European aquatic competitions. You can bookmark your favorite sport and get all the info you want. Well, I am Michele Benedetti. This has been really fun to watch with you all. In a few minutes, you'll have the victory ceremonies of all the finals we've seen this afternoon. I will be back here tomorrow for you, starting at 4 o'clock for the finals of the boys 1 meter, boys A group 1 meter, and the girls A platform. There will be at 10 o'clock the preliminary rounds of these two competitions. At 4 o'clock, the first final. At 5 o'clock, the second final. And I will be here for those finals for you, watching it together. It has been fun today being with you. I will be back here tomorrow, as I said. I'm Michele Benedetti. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.